You're good. He's right there.
Yeah, it's going to do it. Quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Committee's meeting today for consideration of H.R. 6602 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 related to the review of interagency dispute resolution process. H.R. 6606 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to the statement of policy. H.R. 5613, the Sanctions List Harmonization Act. H.R. 6614, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act. H.R. 1135, the Countering Economic Coercion Act of 2023. H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act. H.R. 3016, the IGO Anti-boycott Act. H.R. 3569, the Star-Camargo Bridge Expansion Act. H.R. 6586, to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries to the Taliban and for other purposes. H.R. 6306, the Embassy Construction Integrity Act of 2023. H.R. 6610, the Passport System Reform and Backlog Prevention Act. And finally, H.R. 6416, the Russian War Crimes in Ukraine Tax Act. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and he may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered pursuant to House rules. I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6602 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 related to the review of interagency dispute resolution process. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6602 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point, and I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today we will consider several measures related to export controls. I cannot stress how important it is to protect sensitive technology from falling into the wrong hands. It is critical that we work together on this committee on a bipartisan basis to do this. The CCP poses a direct threat to our national security. Each year, China steals upwards of $600 billion worth of American technology, and the FBI opens a new case on CCP economic espionage every 12 hours. Whatever technology they don't steal, they buy. Look no further than the CCP's successful hypersonic missile test, which circled the globe and landed with precision. This was built on the backbone of American technology. The CCP is blurring commercial and military distinctions to undermine a core tenet of the U.S. export control regime that assumes clear distinction between military and civilian use. Last week, I released my 90-day review of the BIS, that is the Bureau of Industry and Security. Put simply, the system must be reformed. It lacks transparency. It is failing to protect America's national security. The measures we will be considering today will address both of these issues. It is well past time that we modernize the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 to stay ahead of our adversaries. So the bills we take up today will use a whole-of-government approach to put America's national security first, and it will ensure Congress has the ability to conduct proper oversight of BIS and its licensing divisions. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reserve my remarks for when the amendment in the nature of substitute is offered.
Gentleman reserves. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Who seeks to be recognized? Mr. McCormick.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operating Committee for Export Policy was established in 1995 to resolve disputes between agencies regarding expense licenses. This committee is placed under the Bureau of Industry and Security at the Department of Commerce. The committee is comprised of voting members from the Department of Commerce, Defense, Energy, and State. Under the current law and regulations, the chair of the committee who's supposed to be an impartial despite being a Bureau of Industry and Security employee, may issue a ruling instead of letting majority vote decide the case. My bill would simply amend Section 1763 of the Export Control Reform Act to say that disputes involving jet propulsion technology, commercial satellites, emerging or foundational technology, and countries subject to comprehensive United States arms embargo shall be decided by a majority vote instead of may be decided. I'm pleased to report that this bill is now bipartisan, and my Democratic colleagues suggest language allowing the chair to break tie votes. This will ensure the chair cannot rule in favor of commerce if they are outvoted 3-1, and ensures that a 2-2 vote does not paralyze the process. As the People's Republic of China does everything possible to achieve a qualitative technological superiority over their adversaries, we must ensure that our export controls perform at the highest possible levels and account for imperatives of our national security-oriented federal departments and agencies. This is a simple bill that ensures that each department has a say in these export licensing disputes, and I humbly ask for all of my colleagues' support on this legislation.
Gentleman yields. A point of personal privilege. This is the 90-day review report. I'd recommend it to all committee members to read. I know it sounds wonky, but it's extremely important to protect our national security. On a point of personal privilege, in 1997, I prosecuted the Johnny Chung case that led us to the Director of Chinese Intelligence and China Aerospace, putting money into his Hong Kong bank account to influence the presidential election at that time. And why? Because they wanted dual-use space technology. Satellite, aerospace, wanted to get into the WTO. They achieved all those objectives, and that was 1997. Imagine where China is today. We just can't simply afford to sell them the very technology from the United States that ends up in the Chinese military's war machine. Is there any further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the nature of the substitute at the desk, and I ask for consideration at this time.
Yes, and we were getting to that point. Now that you've raised that, we will entertain your amendment. In the nature of a substitute, it is at the desk. The clerk shall distribute the amendment in the nature of a substitute. What's up with that? The clerk shall report the amendment and distribute the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6602, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, review the interagency dispute resolution process. Section 1.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment, dispense with the gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 6602, making a targeted bipartisan change to the Interagency Export Dispute Resolution Act. The Bureau of Industry and Security Operations Committee for Export Policy has 4 voting members present representing the Department of Commerce, Defense, Energy, and State, with a non-voting chair from the Bureau of Industry and Security. While my bill seeks to even the playing field and decrease Commerce's outsized role in the dispute resolution process by requiring majority votes on export disputes, the possibility of tie votes without an off-ramp could paralyze the process. The amendment empowers the chair to break ties, which makes sure the process can function and ensures Commerce still won't get their way if the vote is 3-1 with Commerce in the minority. I want to thank my colleagues for helping this draft in the amendment, and I ask that the members of the committee vote yes on the McCormick amendment. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, I had concerns about the underlying measure. This committee and the House voted down other attempts to intervene in the export control interagency dispute resolution process last Congress as amendments to the EAGLE Act as well as to the America Competes bill. I worried that mandating a majority vote on individual licenses for exports to all embargoed countries could significantly increase the number of cases that get escalated to the advisory committee, which will make the license review process slower and more cumbersome. Insisting on a majority vote seems unnecessary to me because any single agency can already block the approval or denial of an individual license by the committee. On average, BIS receives close to 40,000 license applications per year. Based on the majority's own report in fiscal year 2017, only in 17 cases did an individual agency feel that the chair's decision warranted escalation. If the operating committee was making decisions without merit, we would see a lot more cases getting escalated. But that is just not the case. Having said this, I do appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you and Representative McCormick's efforts to revise the underlying bill, and I support the ANS that would be offered by, or that has been offered by Representative McCormick. And I know, Mr. Chairman, that this is a genuine priority for you, that you've talked about for a while, and for Representative McCormick. So our staffs were able to come up with a compromise that addresses some of our concerns. I continue to believe Congress's intervention and interagency deliberation should be limited. The ANS will allow the chair of the operating committee to decide cases where the agencies are divided 2-2, which should mitigate the number of escalations that we see. And I'm glad that we were able to come up with a compromise, and therefore I support this ANS, and thank the gentleman and thank the staff for working together so that we could reach this compromise, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields, and let me thank you as well for working together with us and our respective staffs. That's the way we like to get things done. Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the McCormick amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative McCormick. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6602 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 related to the review of the interagency dispute resolution process as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, can I call for a recorded vote, please?
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6606 to amend the Export Control Act of 2018 related to the statement of policy. The bill will circulate in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6606 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to the statement of policy.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Radewagen is recognized.
good morning. The U.S. faces unprecedented espionage by unfriendly states. We've seen time and time again that these actors will steal everything they can from the American people. My bill further clarifies U.S. policy for export controls to act against those that steal American trade and industrial secrets. I want to thank Chairman McCaul and Ranking Member Meeks for holding today's markup and considering my bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Lay yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation by Delegate Radewagen. We know the PRC is committed to bolstering its technological and military might. We have seen numerous attempts by the PRC to steal technology from U.S. businesses, as well as policies that force technology transferred to PRC entities, which cause great harm to U.S. industry. IP theft not only harms our economy and reduces the number of good-paying American jobs, but it can also undermine our economic and national security. It is important that our export controls are designed to maximize our national security and account for China's intent to steal or our trade secrets to bolster its civil-military fusion strategy. This bill ensures that our export controls are being implemented in a way that protects U.S. trade secrets on items subject to the export control regulations. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I support this measure and yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6606 to amend the Export Control Reform Act relating to the statement of policy to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may I call for a recorded vote?
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call H.R. 5613, the Sanctions List Harmonization Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5613, to require a review of whether individuals or entities subject to the imposition of certain sanctions through inclusion or certain sanctions list should also be subject to the imposition of other sanctions and included in other sanctions list.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this, you and the ranking member for holding this markup today and allowing me to speak on this bill. The Sanctions List Harmonization Act is a simple yet very much needed piece of legislation to require coordination between federal agencies managing prohibited party lists. The U.S. government has various sanctions lists with different jurisdiction authorities maintained by numerous agencies. Right now, our federal agencies do not adequately communicate when a foreign entity is added to their respective sanctions lists. And this is a major national security concern. For example, an entity may be denied an export license by the Department of Commerce, but still be allowed to conduct banking transactions regulated by the Department of Treasury. At the very least, our agencies should proactively notify and coordinate with one another to maximize the penalties on these bad actors when appropriate. And let me be clear, this bill does not mandate inclusion on any list. Instead, it requires agencies to notify one another of any new addition to their list. From there, the agencies would have to determine whether or not that entity should be added to their own sanctions list. Subsequently, each federal agency will be required to submit a report to Congress certifying compliance with these requirements, explaining their deliberative process on determining whether or not to add the entity to their own list, and specifying which entities they chose to include on their list. Again, this is not intended to be overly burdensome, but we are, as a legislative body, having to force these agencies to coordinate. And I do believe, given the nature, transparency is warranted. If an entity is concerning enough to be included on one of our federal sanctions lists, in my view, there is no logical reason for our remaining agencies to not, at the very least, examine the national security implications of that entity within their own agency. I would like to thank the ranking member and his team for working with us to get this language to a bipartisan agreement. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to mark up this critical and I think long overdue legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and I ask for its considerations at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the Waltz amendment in the nature of substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5613, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as Sanctions List Harmonization Act. Section 2, requirements to include individuals and entities subject to the United States sanctions on certain other sanctions.
Without objection, further reading the amendments, dispense with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this brief. My initial remarks reflected the changes agreed to through this ANS, and this ANS is a product of negotiations with the ranking member and his team to get this bill to a bipartisan agreement. I urge my colleagues to support this ANS, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the majority and Representative Waltz for working with us to reach a compromise that I'm willing to support. I had concerns about the original measure. On principle, the various lists that this bill is trying to harmonize have different purposes and should remain distinct from one another. This bill could create a disincentive for any administration to add new entities to these lists. Harmonizing these various lists also will make our sanctions and export control policies less effective. Our sanctions are designed not just to be punitive, but to have a policy impact on the entities targeted. For our sanctions to be successful, targeted entities must believe that stopping their behavior would result in the removal of the sanction. We sequenced our sanctions actions and other tools in ways to maximize our ability to pressure the target entities. The original bill would give companies little incentive to change their behavior, and it would remove America's ability to retain any additional leverage down the line because we have emptied our quiver already. So this supposedly tough approach would end up backfiring and undermining United States interests. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, Representative Waltz, for working with me to address some of my concerns. Representative Waltz's ANS makes changes that would reduce the bureaucratic burden on individual agencies, allowing them to focus on the most high-priority national security threats and foreign policy challenges. It will simply ensure that once an agency adds an entity to the sanctions list, that all other agencies are conducting timely review to determine whether that entity warrants inclusion on their list as well. I think this makes a lot of sense, and we can all agree with this concept. While I believe the agencies are informally doing this work already, codifying the need to conduct timely review as the ANS does is a reasonable step to take. We need smart and effective policies, not a one-size-fits-all blanket approach when it comes to economic statecraft, and especially our competition with China. In the most problematic cases, this may be a need for financial sanctions. In others, we may strategically want to keep the PRC dependent on our exports and invest the revenue our companies gain to maintain our innovation and technological edge. In other cases, we may need to limit the export of the most advanced exports to a particular entity, but that entity may have done nothing that warrants a financial sanction. In many cases, the legal authority to immediately place a company on the SDN list without an executive order simply doesn't exist. The ANS allies my concerns about the original measure, so I will support it, and I look forward to continuing to work with this legislation with you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Waltz, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Waltz amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs in the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Waltz. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5613, the Sanctions List Harmonization Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6614, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6614, to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to licensee transparency.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Is there any discussion on the bill? There being, Mr. Jackson, would you, do you have any?
No, sir.
You're confusing me. There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, the nature of a substitute, and I ask for consideration at this time.
The clerk shall distribute the Jackson amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6614, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act. Section 2, licensing.
Without objection, further reading, the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for holding this markup today and for allowing swift consideration of my bill, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act. This country's determination, innovation, and commitment to achieving what was once thought impossible have led to some of the most incredible technological advances in the history of the world, and consequently, we make many of the world's very best goods right here in America. But it's hard to keep a good thing to yourself, and many across the world want to benefit from our American goods for themselves. Generally, we're happy to export the fruits of our hard work because trade is an important part of our successful and vibrant economy. But the reality is that not every country who wants access to our goods and materials is friendly towards the United States. Some actors in the world, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, to name a few, would gladly seek to use our own goods and technologies against us, whether in military engagements or on the economic battlefield. And the type of goods that I'm speaking about are not just those that have obvious military applications such as night vision goggles, tanks, and stealth technology. These bad actors are constantly thinking of new ways to use anything and everything against us, making everyday commercial items produced right here in the U.S. ripe for employment against our own country. One example would be telecommunications equipment. Anything from routers to cell phones to Bluetooth technology are generally all thought of as commercial goods, but they have a huge national security and military implications as well. These so-called dual-use technologies are the type of goods that current export controls attempt to prevent from falling into the hands of malign actors. My bill, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act, simply seeks to ensure that there is openness and accountability in the export control process by maintaining a report on export control license applications. Quite simply, my bill creates a mechanism through tracking and reporting on export control license applications that can be used to form a paper trail to know where goods and ultimately the destructive purpose may have come from, who produced them, and to where they were sold. Further, it would provide some clarity to Congress on how these decisions are made. Every 90 days, the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Senate Committee on Banking would receive the report on export control license applications and would gain insight into where our American-made dual-use goods are going abroad. I want nothing more than for the American economy to be strong, open, and free, and trade is a part of that vision. Ultimately, our own free market cannot also be the source of our own downfall if we allow our adversaries to use our goods and our technologies against us. My bill makes sure that there is accountability and trackability when we send dual-use goods abroad. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Jackson. Transparency is critical for enabling effective congressional oversight, and this measure will allow Congress greater insight into the license application decisions and enforcement actions taken by the Bureau of Industry and Security. Again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and Representative Jackson for working with my team to negotiate this bill in a bipartisan fashion to ensure that the committee is getting the information it needs while maximizing BIS's ability to effectively carry out its core day-to-day export control activities regarding our national security. The changes reflected in the ANS will give BIS adequate time to compile all the required information and share it with Congress. We have also strengthened the confidentiality protections to ensure that business propriety information about U.S. companies isn't shared with their domestic and foreign competitors. I am supportive of this bill, and I also encourage my colleagues, encourage the committee to provide BIS with the resources and technology needed to implement this bill effectively. Given BIS's national security objectives and its growing mandate, we must adequately resource the agency and position it for success. Therefore, I look forward, Mr. Chairman, to working with the majority to mark up a bipartisan bill that authorizes funds for BIS to modernize its IT and software tools early in the new year. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mass is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support as well. Yesterday, the Committee of Oversight and Accountability within Foreign Affairs had a hearing with the Bureau of Industry and Security, and one of the things that was addressed very specifically was Chinese entities being taken off the entity list, Chinese government agencies being taken off the entity list for handshake deals with the administration to stem the flow of fentanyl coming out of China and ultimately making it through our southern border. And that's a worthy cause to prevent Americans dying from fentanyl, from what is making it into the United States of America. But what was unanswered, what remained unanswered through multiple people asking questions in this hearing was, number one, why was this Chinese entity why was this Chinese arm put on the entity list? What did we hope to keep them from getting in terms of dual-use technologies? And why were they allowed to be taken off of it, that it's now okay that they get whatever dual-use technologies that they wouldn't tell us about, over this handshake agreement to stop fentanyl from coming across this, or to help stop fentanyl from coming across the southern border, instead of doing something so commonsensical as securing our southern border, preventing goods and people from coming across illegally. Instead, the BIS chose to work with China to say, well, if you take them off this list, then we'll work to deal with this. So the point that I'm making is it is important to have this transparency within BIS about what is and is not being applied for in terms of licenses, what is being denied, why entities are being put on the list or taken off the list. And again, Mr. Chairman, I rise in support. I think it's a very necessary piece of policy that my colleague here is putting forward, and I thank him for putting it forward.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Davidson's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank Mr. Jackson for moving this piece of legislation. Several years ago, we passed the Foreign Investment Risk Reduction Modernization Act, and the balance that we struck was tough because, on the one hand, we obviously want to protect our national security, protect, frankly, our companies and our citizens and their sensitive data from those who would exploit it. And China's a perfect example of exploiting that kind of information. On the other hand, we don't want companies so gun-shy about making research and development investments in the United States that they feel like, well, do I own the intellectual property or does America own the intellectual property? So if we're going to attract the most innovative companies into the United States and make the investments here, they need to know that if they make the investments, they can commercialize the investments they make in America. I do fear we've had proposals that go to the far extreme, that it's like, well, gee, if I locate this in America, I may not actually be able to sell this outside of America. And, those are features, more characteristic of a police state. I don't think Mr. Jackson's bill goes here, but I do highlight that some of the proposals we've entertained in the committee kind of brush up on that. And, that's kind of the tension between work product that's been here in our committee versus work product that's been in financial services, Mr. Barr's bill versus the chairman's bill, for example, on how to deal with intellectual property. one of the things that I hope we confront through some committee of jurisdiction, and export control is part of it, is a bill that we've got that would prevent companies from exporting personally identifiable information from Americans. This is the kind of thing that's used to exploit our senior citizens with scams. They get their information sold, hackers get it, people exploit it, they get phone calls, emails, text messages, every way they can to go after folks. The information gets located offshore, and we need to protect that. We've passed through the Judiciary Committee the Fourth Amendment's Not for Sale Act, and that prevents government agencies from buying data that they would otherwise have to get a warrant or subpoena. We should certainly do everything we can to limit the ability of foreigners to buy or access that same sort of data. And, it may not be the right amendment to offer to Mr. Jackson's bill, so I'm not offering that today. But as we continue the dialogue, I think those are the kinds of things that hopefully our committee will consider and make sure we keep the right balance in mind. And I yield back.
Yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Jackson Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Congressman Jackson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6614, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving the Export Control Transparency Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call H.R. 1135, the Countering Economic Coercion Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1135, to grant certain authorities to the President to combat economic coercion by foreign adversaries and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open. 2, amendment at any point. Without objection, the Meeks amendment in the nature of substitute number 55, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strongly support this bill, and I thank you for working with me to mark up this critical legislation. My thanks also to Representative Tom Cole, the chairman of the Rules Committee, for co-leading this bipartisan bill with me, as well as to Senators Young and Coons, who introduced the bill in the Senate. American allies and partners are increasingly subject to blatant economic coercion to get them to take actions directly contrary to their interests, and at times, ours also. Beijing lashed out at Seoul after South Korea and the U.S. announced a plan in 2016 to install THAAD in South Korea. In 2017, Beijing weaponized trade against Australia when Canterbury considered legislation to combat PRC's interference in its own domestic politics. In 2018, Beijing cracked down on Canadian agriculture and meat exports to punish Ottawa for arresting the CFO of Huawei for violating United States sanctions laws. And in 2021, Beijing attempted to crash Lithuania's economy through an import blockade after Vilnius announced it would open a Taiwanese representative office. These are just the most prominent cases, but we know that Beijing's use of coercion is pervasive and constant. Beijing weaponizes its economic heft to punish nations for sovereign decisions that are contrary to its interests. It preys on economic dependencies and vulnerabilities of small economies to advance its own agenda. And it does so in direct contravention of the multilateral trading system and a rules-based international order. But the good news is the world is waking up. This year, the G7 announced the launch of a coordinated platform on economic coercion to increase our collective assessment, preparedness, deterrence, and response to economic coercion. This kind of international coordination is critical. However, the United States needs to lead for such global cooperation to succeed. This is why my bill, the Countering Economic Coercion Act of 2023, establishes an anti-coercion toolkit to assist partners facing coercion, as well as punish Beijing for its actions. After Beijing cracked down on Lithuania, the Biden administration initiated an interagency process to add Vilnius, including through a $600 million export credit agreement with Lithuania. But we cannot be reactive every time. We need a proactive approach to deter coercion and make it less effective. And that's why my bill authorizes the President and the Secretary of State to support U.S. partners by decreasing duties or modifying tariff rate quotas on imports, requesting appropriations for foreign aid, and expediting export license decisions and regulatory processes. The bill also authorizes the President to exercise authorities to penalize the PRC for engaging in economic coercion, including through increased duties, modified tariffs, export controls, and sanctions. This set of authorities would allow the United States to demonstrate robust support for our partners and allies. It represents a comprehensive counter-coercion strategy that can serve as a model for G7 nations and the rest of the world. In my view, this bill will have a significant impact on our ability to counter Chinese economic coercion against other nations and will send a strong message both to Beijing and to our friends abroad that the United States is ready and serious to take on this challenge. So, Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I have concerns about this bill because, frankly, it grants the President essentially unchecked ability to give the full faith and credit of the United States to any loan guarantee. So while I fully acknowledge that China's Belt and Road Initiative is coercive to many countries, and it is a great focus and priority for our country to counter that, providing a tool that provides the President an unlimited ability to guarantee dollars not appropriated by this body to back credit of other nations. And here's what happens when that takes place. You take a nation in Africa, for example, that's fighting off Belt and Road Initiative activities. Their borrowing costs are going to be pretty high. And when the bondholders take that, they get paid at a very nice rate. You know, they're taking a risk. So is it a risk appropriate rate? I don't know. But at the end of the day, when the U.S. provides the guarantee, the risk is U.S. credit risk. But meanwhile, the payout for the bondholders is at the high rate. This is what went on with Puerto Rico as an example. The market wanted to buy Puerto Rican bonds. They were paying great returns compared to U.S. Treasuries. And then when Puerto Rico couldn't repay the loans, the United States came in and bailed out Puerto Rico. No, they didn't bail out Puerto Rico. They bailed out the bondholders that were essentially buying U.S. Treasuries and getting Puerto Rican returns. And that's what this bill does. It really is a gift to Wall Street to be able to get African-level risk returns while taking American credit risk. And so I think it's the wrong approach. I will have a hard time supporting the bill, but I do like the intent of the bill, but I don't think we're judging the potential consequences of the action. And so you know, I'd be happy to work with Mr. Meeks and others to try to amend it to address those kind of concerns, but the net effect is that you're going to have no real risk of default because America is going to back the loans. And the big funds are going to pour cash into this, and I guess that's great. It's a way to counter the Belt and Road Initiative, but you're really subsidizing the capital out there. you're not subsidizing the country that's trying to counter China's influence. And so that's why I think I'm opposed to this bill. But I would love to work with the gentleman to amend it to address the concerns, and I yield back.
And if the gentleman would just yield for 1 second, I just want to inform the gentleman that we have put in a really strong congressional review process, including a JRD, to ensure that Congress does have a say in what's going on as far as the dollars are concerned, et cetera.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really want to thank the ranking member for his leadership on this bill, as well as the chairman of the Rules Committee, Tom Cole, as well as the chairwoman of the Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, Ms. Kim. This is an incredibly important bill. It provides the president and the administration the tools to counter what we increasingly are seeing as overt economic coercion. Examples, as the ranking member mentioned, in South Korea, when we deployed THAAD batteries for the protection of South Korea, there was immediate retaliation against South Korea, limiting the number of tourists, targeting supermarket chains, et cetera. To this day, South Korea's economy continues to feel that. This was not about China, it was about protecting South Korea. Australia legitimately asking questions about COVID origins. China targeted Australian imports of beef, barley, corn, wine, timber, lobsters, coal. Again, we've seen that. But South Korea and Australia are big countries that can manage this. When Lithuania started to recognize Taiwan, Lithuania is a smaller economy. You know, we saw immediate economic coercion, cutting off food imports, threatening to break contracts between Lithuanian firms and Chinese companies. This type of behavior is not what leading nations do. So, you know, I think this is an incredibly important tool that will give the presidents of both parties the ability to help minimize the impact of overt Chinese economic coercion, can build coalitions, can create tools to help minimize that impact. Because again, in the 21st century, we've got to fight for freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and standard norms. You know, and it isn't just about the economy. You know, in 2010, when Chinese dissident Li Jianbao was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, you know what Beijing did? They targeted Norway by targeting their agricultural and fishing industry. Again, that's not what modern countries do. So I am strongly supportive of this bill. It builds on work that I did in the last Congress in terms of better understanding this. And you know, that bill legislation was passed into law last Congress. And this is an increasingly place where we're going to see more battle take place. And again, like-minded, like-valued countries that understand democracy, understand freedom, understand open markets have to work together to create a better and more prosperous 21st century for all of us. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. It's incredibly important. It is bipartisan. It is bicameral. And thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the intent of the bill. However, one of the major issues that we have today is trying to claw back Article I authority from the executive branch. I think there must be a better way to do this. I am not satisfied with congressional review. Right now, we have select committees that are working to identify and claw back Article I authority. So the review process I am not satisfied with, and I think we need to go back, readdress this bill, and find a way that we do not cede more Article I authorities to the executive branch, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the ranking member and I have we've been on this committee for a long time together, and he's a friend. And while, like many others on this side of the aisle, having read through the legislation and the descriptions of it, I support the intent. However, I have similar concerns to as those of my friends Mr. Davidson and Mr. Self and maybe others on this committee. I'm happy to work with the ranking member, the former chairman. the guy that I share some locker space with down in the gym to try and improve this. But I'm concerned that that the congressional review and oversight, while I think well-intended, you know, the other thing I've noticed since my time here is in Congress is that there's little appetite to really actually rein in anything around here. And so I'd like to see the Congress be more proactive on the front end of this as opposed to reactive after the fact, because I just haven't seen any appetite or courage, for that matter, in the Congress in general to deal with these kind of issues. So unfortunately, on this occasion, I will oppose, but I will endeavor to work with the ranking member to make this piece of legislation and the intent of it workable for the entire Congress and the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Perhaps the two of you could utilize that locker room time together to work this thing out. Does any other member? No locker room talk, okay? Does any other member seek recognition? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 1135, the Countering Economic Coercion Act of 2023 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Well, we're getting right there. A roll call vote has been recorded. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Without objection, we're not there yet. Next. You know, I like to move fast. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5917, Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act. The bill is circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5917 to amend the sanctioning the use of civilians as Defenseless Shields Act to modify and extend the act and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of, Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support the passage of H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act, introduced by my colleague Mike Gallagher from Wisconsin. This bill makes several improvements to existing sanctions policy to target barbaric terrorist organizations who use human shields. Specifically, this legislation extends the sunset for this sanctioning authority and gives Congress more tools to request the President impose sanctions on certain individuals. It also imposes mandatory sanctions on PIJ leaders who use human shields. This requirement already applies to Hamas and Hezbollah. The utilization of human shields is disgusting. It's a war crime, and we should be using every tool imaginable to protect innocent civilians and stop this type of behavior. In the past 2 months, we have unfortunately seen up close the damaging use of human shields in Gaza. Hamas and the PIJ continue to use the Palestinian people, including women and children, as human shields. These terrorists store weapons in and under civilian infrastructure like hospitals and schools, as well as launch rockets from heavily populated areas. Hamas also tells Palestinians to ignore Israel's evacuation warnings, further endangering their own civilians and causing the loss of life to be as dramatic and tragic as we've seen it. H.R. 5917 sends a clear message to Hamas, to the PIJ, and to other terrorist groups that the United States does not tolerate this behavior, and we will not ignore the reckless and deliberate attempts by Hamas to put civilians in harm's way in an effort to influence the world's view of the current conflict in Gaza. This legislation makes clear to the administration that combating the use of human shields is a priority for Congress, and it sends a message to the world about what Hamas and the PIJ care about. They don't care about their own people. They care about wiping Israel and the Jewish state off the face of the earth. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 5917, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation and believe that the updates to sanctioning the use of civilians as Defenseless Shields Act is timely and appropriate. We've seen clearly and unequivocally over the last few months that it is Hamas's practice and policy to use human shields. They have built their military headquarters, stored weapons, and hid ammunition inside schools and under hospitals. Hamas has built miles and miles of tunnels under Gaza that keeps exclusively for its fighters, while innocent Palestinian civilians remain above ground and in danger. When Israelis told families in Gaza to flee to the south, Hamas demanded people stay in Gaza City to remain in place. This behavior is in clear violation of international law and contrary to basic tenets of the laws of war. It results in the death of innocent Palestinians, which is unconscionable. By extending the sunset in the original legislation, adding additional terrorist entities, and bolstering congressional oversight and reporting requirements, this legislation will renew and strengthen existing law, and I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member seek recognition? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3016, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3016, to amend the Anti-Boycott Act of 2018 to apply the provisions of that act to the international governmental organizations.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague from New Jersey, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, for working with me on this important bipartisan legislation. Long before the horrific terrorist attacks of October 7th, anti-Israel rhetoric and action was still very present on the world stage. One of the insidious ways we have seen this take root is in the boycott, divestment, and sanction movement, otherwise known as the BDS movement. BDS is a Palestinian-led group that advocates for the boycott of Israeli products and companies, divestment from other companies that do business in Israel, and the imposition of sanctions on Israel. BDS groups maintain blacklists of companies that conduct business in Israel with the intent to pressure these companies to stop and to pressure the Israeli government to meet certain demands. In recent years, Jewish groups, pro-Israel groups, and allies in Congress and leadership positions have fought back against the BDS movement and its anti-Semitic and biased mistreatment of Israel. That's why in 2018, Congress passed the Anti-Boycott Act to protect American companies from being coerced into providing information used for countries' BDS blacklists or any other foreign boycott imposed on countries friendly to the United States. My bill, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act, really simply expands this law to add 4 words, or international governmental organizations. With this bill, American companies wouldn't just be protected from engaging in other countries' blacklists, but also blacklists maintained by IGOs like the United Nations. Anti-Israel bias is clear and present at the UN, and it is critical for the U.S. anti-boycott laws to cover the UN and other IGOs with the same bias. At a time when the Jewish state is fighting for the release of hostages from terrorist groups, a time when Israel's adversaries are raising their voices even louder, and a time when anti-Semitism is running rampant around the world, Congress must stand up for Israel and for U.S. organizations that share our support for the Jewish state's right to exist. So I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 3016, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support this measure primarily because it underpins existing anti-boycott laws and U.S. policies to combat international boycotts against countries friendly to the United States. That being said, I do believe that the bill is a solution in search of a problem. The underlying anti-boycott legislation bill amends addressed boycotts by foreign countries against another country. We, of course, cannot stop other countries from adopting policies we do not agree with. So the anti-boycott bill was addressing a real issue. At the UN, the United States has a voice and a veto. U.S. persons are only bound by American law. Implementing legislation is required for international law to become our law. So this bill is not addressing an issue in the same way that the underlying anti-boycott statute was. I think this legislation could be more finely crafted to balance these and other equities, but ultimately, I believe this bill falls on the right side of the ledger, and I'll support it because it underpins the existing anti-boycott laws and U.S. policies to combat international boycotts against countries friendly to the United States. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. As I mentioned, I think 5 years ago, the last time we dealt with this piece of legislation, it's incredibly broad and gives incredible discretion to a president and his or her administration on the application of this law that could possibly trample over different constitutional rights of Americans. So the right to participate in a boycott is an expression of free speech and free association that's been enshrined in American law and a political culture since the nation's founding. Giving the federal government the power to compel compliance or noncompliance with a boycott does give me great concern, especially as this bill does not precisely define the boycotts it seeks to target. It does not define them. This bill and the underlying law it amends would penalize Americans for participating in a boycott against a, quote, a country which is friendly to the United States and which is not itself the object of any form of boycott pursuant to United States law or regulation. I fear that under this legislation and the underlying Anti-Boycott Act, the president would be able to, or a president would be able to prevent Americans from participating in boycotts against, for example, China, Russia, Cuba, or any number of countries. Let me lay out one example that I hope we can all agree on that's problematic of how this law might be weaponized. An international organization calls for a boycott of goods made through forced labor in Xinjiang, China. An American citizen concerned about the treatment of Uyghurs who are being subject to genocide by the government of China vocally expresses support for this boycott and participates in it. We may face a real situation where an administration willing to turn a blind eye to these abuses decides to call China a country, quote, that is, quote, a friend to the United States, and penalizes one of our own fellow citizens with $1 million fine and 20 years in prison. I cannot support that. If an American chooses to participate in such a boycott, whether you agree with that boycott, don't agree with it, it should be their decision and theirs alone, not the government's. I urge my colleagues to oppose this piece of legislation.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of the amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Congressman Castro.
Thank you. I call up Castro Amendment number 87.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3016, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. Page 2, after line 13, add the following. In Section 1773, by adding at the end the following. Additional exception. In general, the Secretary of State shall, with respect to each country determined to be friendly to the United States for purposes of this act, certify to Congress not less than every 2 years.
Mademoiselle, without further objections, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. As I stated in my remarks on the bill, and as I stated back in 2018, when similar legislation was taken up by this committee, I'm concerned that this gives an administration, and by the way, we don't know who the next president's going to be at this point. I hope that it's Joe Biden. I'm working towards that, but we don't know for sure. I'm concerned that this gives the administration too much power to silence the actions of American citizens. The Anti-Boycott Act that this bill amends has language that is too broad. It applies the anti-boycott provisions to, quote, nations that are friendly to the United States and which not itself the object of any form of boycott pursuant to United States law or regulation. Democrats and Republicans have very different views on which countries may be considered friendly to the United States. And I think this is a determination too broad to be left up to a particular president. My amendment is simple. It would require the Secretary of State to certify to the Congress every 2 years that any countries protected by these anti-boycott provisions are complying with all obligations under United States and international human rights law. We cannot have a situation where the President has the ability to unilaterally decide that Russia or China are friendly to the United States and then enforce these laws against American citizens who choose to boycott those countries. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and prevent any potential abuses by any presidential administration. I yield back, Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Congressman Lawler of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate my colleague did not reach out to discuss these matters before offering his amendments at this late moment. But he's seeking to amend the underlying bill, not my bill that we've brought forward today, to add IGOs to the Anti-Boycott Act. So if he would like to, bring forward his own bill to change that, Godspeed, but that's not what we're actually here doing today. So for those reasons, I oppose this amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 87. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify no.
No.
The opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Any further proceedings on this bill shall be held over till our final vote.
Thank you. I call up Castro Amendment number 88.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
We've got to. I agree with you. We've got to adopt something. I agree with you.
The clerk shall report the bill.
Amendment to H.R. 3016, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. Page 2, after line 13, add the following. In Section 1773A, by adding at the end the following. Additional exception. This
Mademoiselle, without further objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I've shared my view that the statute gives a presidential administration too much power to determine what kinds of boycotts are allowed and which ones aren't, and that both this amendment and the underlying bill are incredibly vague. So, for example, right now, vast swaths of Ukraine are under the brutal military occupation of the Russian Federation. In these territories, Russian businesses and oligarchs have swooped in, set up shop, and taken advantage of the occupation of the Ukrainian people that we all hope will end soon. The Anti-Boycott Act that this bill amends applies to countries friendly to the United States, which is not itself the object of any form of boycott pursuant to United States law or regulation. We've all seen what former President Trump has said about despots and dictators. The admiration he has shown for Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping and for Kim Jong-un. I'm wary of a situation where an American president, blind to the abuses committed by a country like Russia, forces American citizens to do business with Russian companies in occupied Ukraine. There must be some limits to these powers. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any further members seeking recognition? Congressman Lawler of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, if a boycott is consistent with U.S. foreign policy, there's no problem. It's the way that this law has been applied for 45 years. At the end of the day, there's no question that we have seen, my colleague just brought up President Xi, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un. We've seen the unholy alliance that has been formed by Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. They are not our friends. They are not our allies. We know that. I mean, frankly, this president just met with President Xi, and the administration's tact in dealing with China, frankly, has been weak at best. But we all recognize they are not our friend. So the reality of this law is that if a boycott is consistent with our foreign policy, it applies. So the amendment is frankly unnecessary, and for that reason I oppose it.
The gentleman yields back, and we now recognize Congresswoman Kathy Manning of Greensboro, North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we were talking about the amendment, but I would like to get my comments on the underlying bill on the record. I support H.R. 3016, the IGO Anti-Boycott Act, introduced by our colleagues, Representatives Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer. The House Foreign Affairs Committee has jurisdiction over the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security, including a little-known but very important division known as the Office of Anti-Boycott Compliance. And this office ensures that American citizens and businesses are not forced to comply with unsanctioned foreign boycotts, including against our ally Israel. From the Arab League boycott to the global BDS campaign against Israel, Congress has repeatedly stood united in a bipartisan way against this hateful campaign to isolate, single out, and economically punish the state of Israel. No American citizen or company should be coerced into participating in a boycott against Israel. I'm glad the Biden administration has enforced the strong anti-boycott provisions in existing law, including announcing recent enforcement actions on September 7th and November 3rd. In the aftermath of the Hamas attacks, we're likely to see even more attempts by foreign actors to try to compel Americans to participate in the BDS campaign against Israel. H.R. 3016 would simply make sure that or that international governmental organizations are not also a source of these demands. No American should be forced to participate in an unsanctioned foreign boycott or effort such as the UN Human Rights Council's 2020 anti-Israel blacklist of companies which do business in the West Bank. That's why I support this bill to update the 2018 Anti-Boycott Act, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting for it. I'd also like to comment on H.R. 5917. I am proud to support H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by our colleagues, Representatives Mike Gallagher and Brad Sherman, which penalizes Hamas by imposing sanctions on them for their indefensible use of civilians as human shields. Since the brutal October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, when Hamas fighters killed 1,200 innocent civilians in some of the most shocking brutality we have witnessed, and they committed brutal, grotesque atrocities on women, girls, and men before they killed them. Since that time, Israel has been fighting to defend itself and its citizens. But Hamas has compounded the tragic number of civilian casualties by intertwining its fighters alongside the civilian population in Gaza, deliberately putting them in harm's way by using them as human shields. This cynical ploy not only makes Israel's fight extremely difficult, as Israel is a democracy which takes measures to limit the number of civilian casualties, but it further underscores that Hamas does not care at all about the lives of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Secretary Blinken said a few days ago, this could be over tomorrow if Hamas got out of the way of civilians instead of hiding behind them, if it put down its weapons, if it surrendered, and if it released all the hostages. And what there ought to be, as well as a call on behalf of the entire world for Hamas to do just those things that would stop this war tomorrow. But in the absence of that, Israel has to take steps not only to defend itself against the ongoing attacks from Hamas, but against Hamas's stated intent to repeat October 7th again and again if given the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I could not agree more. That's why it's so critical that this committee work to hold Hamas accountable for its use of innocent civilians as human shields. This bipartisan bill will extend and reauthorize legislation that requires the president to impose sanctions on foreign entities affiliated with Hamas and Hezbollah who are responsible for using civilians as human shields. The international community must come together to call out Hamas's use of hospitals and schools, to condemn the reports of rape and sexual violence against Israeli women and girls, and to demand that Hamas immediately and unconditionally release all hostages held in Gaza. Congress should make sure we have the sanctions in place just to do that. I urge my colleagues to support these bills. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and we wish her well in a bipartisan manner for her future career as she's determined not to seek re-election. But we just wish her well and appreciate her service. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question will now occur on amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 88. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
I ask for recorded vote, Chairman.
a roll call has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? And
I got one. Sure.
And we proceed with Congressman Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I call up Castro Amendment number 89.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3016, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas. Page 2, after line 13, add the following. In section 1773A, by adding at the end the following. Annual report. The President shall submit to Congress and make available to the public on an annual basis a report that contains a list of foreign countries and international organizations that foster or impose boycotts with the respect to which this section applies, and a description of those boycotts.
Thank you very much. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Under this law, Americans may be penalized up to $1 million or 20 years in prison for participating in a boycott against a country friendly to the United States, even though that definition is very vague and we don't know who's on the list. But there's little transparency in which countries and which boycotts this law applies to. In fact, we searched for a list, we couldn't find one. My amendment requires the administration to annually publish a list of boycotts that foreign countries and international organizations that foster or impose boycotts and a description of those boycotts. Again, this is an amendment, whatever your position is on this bill, you support it, you think it's a good idea, this is a transparency amendment. This is to make sure we, at a minimum, know which countries are on the list, and so Americans have some clarity about what they can or cannot do. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no problem with transparency. I think, obviously, the intent of the bill is to expose these boycotts and the BDS movement that other countries are engaged in, and IGOs, and that's the whole point of adding IGOs to it. So I have no problem with requiring the President to submit to Congress an annual report. I think transparency is important here, and frankly, actually, I think it will help in terms of exposing the BDS movement. So I will support this amendment.
Okay, do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Castro? No. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 89. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this bill shall be postponed. So now call up the H.R. 3569, the Star Camargo Bridge Expansion Act. Bill will circulate in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3569, to provide the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge near Rio Grande City, Texas, and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read. Open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself. The expansion of critical infrastructure is essential to keep goods and services flowing. The Star Camargo International Bridge is a privately owned toll bridge on the United States-Mexico border. It connects Texas and the Mexican state of Tamaulipas, crossing the Rio Grande and connecting the cities of the Rio Grande City and Camargo. The bridge is a key commercial gateway that brings in close to $800 million a year in imports through Texas and into this country. Its expansion will increase international commerce and trade, lowering the cost of goods for American families. The proposed improvements will reduce commercial congestion and alleviate supply chain issues. This bill will also allow the owners and operators of the bridge to use private funds, such as tolls, to expand and improve the bridge. No taxpayer funds will be utilized in the improvement process. As an international port of entry, any changes such as this expansion requires congressional approval. The language has been reviewed and cleared by the State Department, the Transportation Department, and CBP. The Senate passed it unanimously in July. As a Texan and a chairman of this committee, I'm proud to join Congressman Henry Cuellar as the Republican House lead of this bipartisan bill. I'd also like to thank him, as well as Senators Cornyn, Kelly, and Cruz for their efforts in getting this bill through the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I support this bill. In 2023, Mexico became the top U.S. trading partner with bilateral commercial activity totaling $263 billion by April and accounting for more than 15% of the total United States trade. United States-Mexico total trade in goods and services surpassed $864 billion in 2022, the highest amount on record, and the United States exports to Mexico provide hundreds of thousands of American jobs. That is why I support H.R. 3569, which will allow for the expansion of the Star Camargo Bridge. The existing bridge has been a key investment in the economic well-being of so many in South Texas and an important entry point for import-export into the United States. The expansion of the bridge connecting the United States to Mexico will improve supply chain issues and blockages caused by outdated infrastructure and traffic. This bridge is beneficial to local growers and producers on both sides of the border as they move vegetables, fruit, and other needed products to markets. I understand that the project is also designed to include toll booths, the fees from which will help to pay for the cost of upkeep and maintenance. I support this is a good bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCaul, for marking up the Star Camargo Bridge Expansion Act, and Representative Cuellar for introducing this important legislation in the House of Representatives. One of the many vital issues this committee has jurisdiction over is the governance of the U.S.-Mexico border, where the routine day-to-day activities of communities have deep foreign policy impacts. One of the areas of our jurisdiction is over the process for authorizing construction at the U.S.-Mexico border, including for bridges that are critical for the economic well-being of millions of people who live in South Texas. The communities that live in the United States along the Rio Grande River are deeply integrated with communities in Mexico. Every year, the land port of entry in Rio Grande City processes imports into the United States of over $700 million, with tens of thousands of truck, vehicle, and pedestrian crossings. Starr County is one of the most impoverished communities in the country, and the land port of entry, facilitated by the Star Camargo Bridge, is a crucial economic lifeline. The Star Camargo Bridge predates the 1972 International Bridges Act, and so requires a specific authorization by law to facilitate future expansion. It would allow the bridge to expand, add additional lanes, and potentially build a rail line that will create jobs and opportunity on both sides of the border. I want to thank my colleague Henry Cuellar, who represents Starr County, for introducing this legislation, and the chairman and ranking member for bringing it forward, and of course also the senators who worked so hard on the Senate side to make this possible. I urge my colleagues to support the measure.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I will move that the committee report H.R. 3569, the Star Camargo Bridge Expansion Act, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, let me just, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6586 to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries to the Taliban and for other purposes. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3586 to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries to the Taliban.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burchett's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I have I'm a little confused with the procedural situation here. I've got my prepared notes, but I believe I go on to the explanation.
Well, Ms. Burchett, you're entitled to make an opening statement if you would like to. If not, we can move straight to an amendment if you have one.
Why don't we just go straight to the amendment?
That's fine. No further discussion. Are there any amendments? Mr. Burchett's recognized.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the, in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute and distribute. Okay, you catch up.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity, and the ranking member for his tutelage in my wardrobe apparel. Stepped out a little bit on this blue tie when everybody
stepping out
noticed
today,
it.
I noticed, from Tennessee especially.
Well, after he comes off the treadmill for 1 hour every morning, smoking me in there, he just I spend 15 minutes and I'm out of it, and there he is an hour, and then he advises me on my
I'm just so pleased that this is part of the congressional record for all eternity for people to read.
Yes, sir. He did supplant the role of former Representative Joe Kennedy in this.
Sorry, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6586, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, further reading the amendments. Dispense with the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment, not his sartorial splendor.
I was trying to fill some time, that awkward pause we have when they're passing out the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Today, I have an amendment. Basically, it just first it states the policy of the United States is to oppose financial or material support to the Taliban, calls for a report on any foreign countries that have provided support to the Taliban, and calls on the Secretary of State to develop a strategy to discourage foreign countries from providing support. Second, it calls for a report on cash assistance programs in Afghanistan and the safeguards in place to prevent the Taliban from accessing cash assistance. Third, and lastly, it requires a report on the Afghan Fund, the Afghanistan Central Bank, the Board of Trustees of that bank, and what controls are in place to ensure those funds are not diverted or misused. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that while we no longer have a military presence in Afghanistan, but that we should understand how the Taliban is funded. We need to be stewards of our constituents' tax dollars. If that money is making its way to the Taliban, Congress should know about it. This amendment was made in collaboration with my Democrat friends, and you might ask, what parts did they offer some recommendations on? It was reporting on the timelines and the committee jurisdiction issues. And personally, Mr. Chairman, I believe that possibly made this a better bill. I want to thank you again for bringing this bill to markup, and I welcome any further discussion.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized. On the amendment, I should say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I support this amendment. H.R. 6586 combines a strategy and reports in 3 different areas of Afghanistan policy: material and financial support to the Taliban that is counter to U.S. policy or law, direct cash assistance programs by the United States government, and oversight of the Afghan Fund. And I want to thank my friend from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for working with me along with you, Mr. Chairman, and my staff to improve this legislation, and the ANS reflects the substance of our discussions. I'd also like to mention that there are areas where we have granted exceptions to those sanctions, in particular for humanitarian aid. It would not be credible or effective for us to call out behavior we in fact allow and in some cases encourage. I also remind my colleagues that the Afghan Fund was set up precisely to keep the Taliban from abusing the assets of the Afghan Central Bank, that the fund has not made any disbursements, and that the fund is expected to make decisions with the unanimous assent of its board, where the United States Treasury has a seat. So I hope these reports will provide us with more assurance about our foreign assistance and the Afghan Fund, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Mr. Burchett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6586 to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries to the Taliban and for other purposes, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Birch is recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'd like a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Congratulations, Mr. Burchett. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6306, the Embassy Construction Integrity Act of 2023. Bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6306 to amend the State Department Basic Authorities Act of 1956 to prohibit the acquisition or lease of a consular or diplomatic
Without
post.
objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment. At any point without objection, the Mills Amendment in the nature of a substitute number 73 circulated to members in advance shall be considered read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Chairman McCaul and Ranking Member Meeks, I'd like to thank you both for working with me to include my legislation, the Embassy Construction Integrity Act, in today's markup. Earlier this year, the committee was made aware of an instance in which the State Department established a diplomatic post in a building constructed by a Chinese company. As the State Department engages with partners in the Indo-Pacific, I think everyone on this committee recognizes the importance of ensuring the U.S. has a strong presence in these countries. However, there is an extremely limited set of circumstances in which a Chinese-owned company should be permitted to construct a U.S. diplomatic outpost. This is the issue that this bill addresses. H.R. 6306 requires the Secretary of State to establish increased due diligence practices to ensure our contracting processes align with the United States. The State Department's monitoring of the beneficial owners of the companies that build our diplomatic posts is a very fundamental baseline that we need to establish. Because of the severe concerns with the integrity of sensitive facilities, such as diplomatic posts, this bill also requires the Department to notify Congress when inconsistent measures are discovered. The amendment to this bill, the ANS, integrates revisions based on discussions with committee staff and the State Department to ensure that this bill does not inadvertently undermine our nation's ability to continue operating diplomatic missions in the PRC. I urge all of my colleagues to support this straightforward legislation, and with that, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
This is 6306, right?
6306.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under President Biden's leadership, the Department of State is expanding the United States diplomatic footprint across the Indo-Pacific region, from the Solomon Islands to Tonga to Kiribati to Vanuatu, with diplomatic facilities open or in the works. This expansion is critical to effectively compete with China, as it enables the United States to provide a powerful counterpoint to the PRC's economic coercion and disinformation, and to deepen our relationships to safeguard a free and open Pacific. The Department also works every day to open, renew, or modernize its diplomatic facilities around the world to ensure our diplomats can engage safely and effectively. From re-raising the flag in Kyiv to support our partners there after Russia's brutal renewed invasion in 2022, to breaking new ground on facilities in Bangkok, Brasilia, and beyond. All in all, these efforts, the Department works to develop site-specific measures to mitigate security and counterintelligence risks. Such risks are not new. We've dealt with them for decades, from the Cold War to the global war on terror. So the Department has deep expertise in this area, not just last year. Congress's legislated bipartisan reforms to the Secure Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act to ensure it has sufficient flexibility to balance the need for bold, expediatory diplomacy and operational risks. On such matters as these, I always want to be sure that we are not placing unhelpful statutory requirements that undercut the Department's ability to maintain and open new facilities. And I'm glad that our colleagues across the aisle have offered an A&S that includes a more flexible regulatory formulation. And for that reason, I can support this A&S, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There will be no further discussion of the bill. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6306, the Embassy Construction Integrity Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Mills is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6416, the Russian War Crimes in Ukraine Tax Act. The bill is circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6416 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose certain tax penalties in connection with the invasion of Ukraine.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Meeks amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 54, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion of the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I lend my voice of support for H.R. 6414, a bill we've worked on with colleagues from Ways and Means Committee to help Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with us and your fellow Texan on moving this idea forward and for placing this very important legislation on the markup calendar. This committee regularly looks at economic statecraft as it relates to Russia's war. And as the horrific war evolves, so must our strategy. And this bill is an important part of that evolution. This bill directs the administration to tax any profits or revenue accrued from frozen Russian assets in the United States. The funds would then be used by the State Department to help keep Ukraine's economy alive, recover, and eventually rebuild. Importantly, this bill underscores the fact that we should work with our partners to develop a common path forward on the future of the frozen Russian assets. Most of the assets are not in the United States, and the United States acting alone could hamper the overall joint efforts that is currently being undertaken at the multilateral level. I think this legislation would have a strong chance of garnering support, not just in our country, but in other allied capitals around the world. This bill also comes at a time when the world is watching the United States Congress drag its feet on support for Ukraine. I know that this committee and our chairman are serious about continuing vital assistance. I simply implore that we do all that we can to be able to vote on the administration's supplemental request as soon as possible. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have not yet determined the meaning of several phrases in this bill. When it says, notwithstanding Section 203 of the International Emergency Economic Powers or any other provision of law, and then it goes on to say, notwithstanding any other provision of law, this section shall apply without regard to any treaty obligation of the United States. And the fact that this is the IRS we're talking about, which we know targets certain Americans, I have grave concerns about this bill, the precedent of it. So I recommend that we take a hard look at exactly what we are authorizing against treaties and any other provision of law. I am unconvinced at this time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Keating's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill and proud to be a co-sponsor of it. I can't look at this bill by itself and realize we're going home tomorrow. We're scheduled to go home tomorrow, and I think it's an absolute disgrace that we have not acted on the full funding, the supplemental funds that the administration is seeking for Ukraine. As a person who had a family member was killed in action in World War II defending freedom in Europe, we're now stewards of those efforts where so many people were injured, separated from their families, faced economic disadvantage, and lost their lives to preserve freedom in Europe. And we are compromising that right now as we go home without acting on the President's supplemental budget to fund Ukraine the way it has to be funded. So I'm proud to advance this effort. It's totally inadequate given the needs that we should be really facing our responsibility and acting so strongly to uphold our commitment to preserve democracy, to stop illegal Russian aggression, stop and fight the war crimes that Putin has perpetrated, and to speak up as a country and not be a country like Hungary, for instance, that does nothing but do Putin's, betting for him. I am truly upset that we go home. I wish we'd stay here until this was resolved, but evidently that's not going to be the case. So I support this as a step forward. It's a step forward at a time when we're not meeting our responsibility to preserve democracy in Europe and not working to make sure we're doing the right thing for the U.S. at home. There's talk about funding and not having adequate funding by many in Congress. By not acting on that supplemental, this will cost the United States taxpayers more money. It'll risk breaking up an historic coalition that's a multiplier effect in dealing with thwarting Putin's illegal war. It will also be a signal, as we've had other pieces of legislation here concerning China and our efforts to deter their aggression in Taiwan. That is being compromised, as well as other matters that we talked about here today dealing with our support of Israel. Those three matters should be taken up. They need not be taken up as a package, but they should be taken up before we leave here today. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the bill? I'd just like to say that I think this bill complements the Repo Act that this committee marked up out of committee that essentially says that Russia must pay for its war crimes. And we do that by getting into the sovereign Russian assets, sovereign assets fund, those sanctioned assets that can be used to help pay for this as opposed to the American taxpayer. And let me just say to the gentleman from Massachusetts that we are working to get this language in the supplemental when that and if that comes to the floor. I hope it's sooner rather than later, but I think it's important that we have this language both from this but also the Repo Act in whatever comes out of the Senate. So with that, is there any further discussion? Mr. Stanton is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this committee's dedication to aiding our ally Ukraine as they stand against Russia's brutal and unprovoked aggression. Putin's invasion was met with swift and severe consequences, sanctions, suspension of normal trade relations, and isolation of its economy and leaders. I have fully supported those actions, and I am proud to support H.R. 6416 to make sure that Putin's cronies continue to pay for the damage they've inflicted. After all, the United States and Ukraine are united by our shared values of freedom and democracy. And America has a duty to stand by its friends when those values are threatened. But we must do more. With each day that Congress fails to send Ukraine additional aid, Putin is emboldened, threatening peace and democracy in Europe, and sending a message of American retreat to our enemies across the globe. And now Congress is set to leave town for the holidays. Just as aid to Ukraine runs dry, it would be a gift to Putin, an entire month of unchecked Russian aggression, putting all the military gains Ukraine has made at risk. Congress cannot delay any longer. The stakes are too high. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6416, the Russian War Crimes and Ukraine Tax Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
the ranking member is recognized.
On that, I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Is there a final bill? Now to our final bill. Record time. Right? Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6610, the Passport System Reform and Backlog Prevention Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6610, to provide for the modernization of the passport issuance process and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Self is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I simply have a request of the author. Do we have a scoring of this bill yet?
A what?
A CBO score.
Oh. No, we get CBO scores as they move to the floor. Yeah, we actually, by the processes that we get the CBO score as it's moved to the floor. But an excellent question. The author of the bill, Mr. Ice, is not here. Is there any further discussion? Let me say I'm supportive. Mr. Meeks?
Well, this is the A&S, or just the bill?
So, Mr. Ice is not here to offer the A&S. I guess we can have Mr. McCaul offer it, or? Yeah. Yes.
I reserve for the A&S.
Okay. There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the A&S at the desk.
We need to bring up the A&S first.
Yeah, I need to bring up the amendment in the nature of a substitute first. Here, I will speak on his behalf. There is an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. I ask for its consideration at this time. Clerk shall distribute the ISA amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to 6610 offered by Mr. Issa of California. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, and table of contents. Short title. This act may be...
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
I support the A&S. This year has been rough for many of our constituents trying to obtain or renew U.S. passports. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, the Department experienced an unprecedented level of demand for passports, which has led to significant processing wait times. I'm pleased to say today, though, that we learned from the Department that we have now achieved pre-pandemic processing times again and are set to publicly announce these new, shorter service times in the coming days. This illustrates that the steps state is taking to modernize and streamline its passport processings are working, and this committee needs to partner closely with them going forward to complete the Department's modernization agenda. So I appreciate the A&S that Mr. Issa has introduced today of a bill to further the modernization of passport processing and the constructive negotiation his team has undertaken with the State Department and my staff to refine these proposals. I want us to be careful going forward that we don't saddle the department with unfunded mandates or overly boutique or cost-inefficient private sector solutions. But I look forward to working with him and others on this committee to ensure that the best practices and smartest technologies are brought to bear on the department's critical work to issue passport to American citizens. I support the A&S, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the ISA amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Mr. Crow is recognized. Mr. Crow has an amendment at the desk. The clerk shall report the amendment and distribute it.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6610, offered by Mr. Crow of Colorado. Page 14, after line 17.
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressional offices like our own, and many of us here, have heard from our constituents about the difficulty of obtaining or renewing their passports throughout the year. We understand that the Department has addressed the backlog and returned to pre-pandemic processing times, which is a relief to our constituents and shows State is taking steps to modernize the process and address these delays. As an oversight body, though, it's important that Congress work with the State Department to continue these improvements and support their work to ensure our constituents are able to receive these essential documents in a timely manner. We should work together with them to find best practices to support this process. One way to identify these best practices is to work with the private sector and take advantage of smart new ideas and technologies. My amendment urges the Department to consider at least 3 pilot projects and to include in their report to Congress recommendations on scaling successful solutions based on these pilot projects. Smart, scalable solutions will help the Department address demand and meet the modernization needs of our time and support our constituents who rely on timely passport services. So I urge the committee to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being, Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Mr. Crow's amendment to H.R. 6610. As he indicated, the #1 issue that I had for the past few years was passports, and the backlog was indeed tremendous, which indicates that we need the best ideas possible to successfully advance the Department's passport modernization agenda. And so I welcome the dialogue and innovation that this amendment will foster. And I want to thank Ranking Member Crow for offering this amendment. I think it's very important. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yield. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Crow, number 106, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Issa. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6610, the Passport System Reform and Backlog Prevention Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Motion is agreed to.
Request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. That is the completion of our business for today. The committee will recess. I understand votes are going to be called at 5. I would recommend that we reconvene at 4:30 if the votes change in time, we will reconvene 30 minutes prior to any votes being called later this afternoon. And with that, the committee stands in recess. Man, that was good. We got 12. All right, let's do that. Hey, Mad. All right. The committee will come to order. Let me just say first that 2 weeks ago, this committee unanimously passed a bipartisan bill to restrict outbound investment in foreign adversaries like China. Today, Reuters reported that a Chinese semiconductor firm backed by U.S. venture capital money is supporting military companies in China. The article reports this type of investment is, quote, not an apparent breach of any U.S. rules, end of quote. The work this committee is doing on outbound investment and today on export controls will put an end to that, and we should all be proud of that. So with that, we're going to go to our electronic voting. The committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6602 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 related to the review of interagency dispute resolution process favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will use the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. You let me know. Have all members voted? Ms. Manning? Can somebody help her? Ms. Manning, how would you like to be recorded? Okay, you're a yes. All members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6606 to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 related to the statement of policy favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 5613, the Sanctions List Harmonization Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Just in the future, it's easier. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6614, the Maintaining American Superiority by Improving Export Control Transparency Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 1135, the Countering an Economic Coercion Act of 2023 is amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 35, the noes are 8.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. The motion reconsiders laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 43, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 87 offered by Representative Castro to H.R. 3016, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 5, the noes are 38.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 88 offered by Representative Castro to H.R. 3016, on which the noes have prevailed by voice. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 3, the noes are 39.
The noes have it. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 3016 to the IGO Anti-Boycott Act as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's, there you go. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Give me the language. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 42, the noes are 3.
The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. You go a little faster. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 3569, the Star Camargo Bridge Expansion Act, favorably reported to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6586 to require a strategy to oppose financial or material support by foreign countries to the Taliban and for other purposes as amended, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This is the last one, right?
Nope, 2 more.
Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6306, the Embassy Construction Integrity Act of 2023 is amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will use the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6610, the Passport System Reform and Backlog Prevention Act as amended, favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And finally, the committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6416, the Russian War Crimes in Ukraine Tax Act as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 41, the noes are 5.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by the committee. Hopefully, this will be the last full committee event in the CVC, as our real committee will be done by January. Committee stands adjourned.